And the candles glitter like you're in a thriller. Heart goes pum pum pum. Ghostly figures, they can get so bitter. Sure you want to enter, you can turn back home. You don't know where I've been. What's going on inside? Where the monsters like to come alive, come alive. Do you really wanna know me? I'm really not that cozy. It's up to you, so you decide, you decide. Would you love me up my worst till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd, I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you'll just check it out. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. Broken windows and a warning scribbled on my wall saying that you better turn around. Wouldn't be the first to try to burn me down. You're blue, you too. Could you love me at my worst till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd, I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you'll just check it out. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. Could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you're just looking sad. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. My words till the coffin's in the third. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion.
Lately you don't feel like yourself, and you kinda hate it. You suppress all of the thoughts in your head and say it's complicated. You hide your pain, but I can see it etched on your face. I know the feeling, swear you're okay, but you barely breathe it. Don't you walk away. There's a feel you're getting lost, the feel you're trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I was so caught up thinking about myself, never Took time to listen. Couldn't see that you were going through hell. Now you're cold and distant. You say you're fine, but your heart is bleeding. Feed me those signs, but they lost the meaning. I know something isn't right. See the demons in your eyes. I know you're afraid. I feel you getting lost. I feel you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts. Surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. Won't you tell me now? You never answer when I call. Locked in your room and so withdrawn. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I feel you getting lost. I feel you trailing off. I feel it in your eyes when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal. So subliminal. About the way that your eyes shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts. Surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. And if we didn't have to turn around, if you told me not to make a sound and I hide in you, we'll take flight. When we make it to the other side and the smoke is heavy in our eyes, I'm still finding you. We'll be fine. The river always finds a way. Yeah, the river always finds a way. The river always finds a way. Don't you think we're done? 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 Make me feel alive. Take my hand and run, let me be the one. Let's just take the dive. Night's only begun. Don't you think we're done? I recall the past again tonight. It's in the front of my mind. As I fall apart, you began to cry. The tears are making you blind. The future's far away, but I will stay. I will stay.
to let go of all of the nonsense that you put me through. I give it all to you, I do it all for you. Maybe this feeling's overdue. You're uninvited, you wanna hold me close, but I know what you have to. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why are you hiding? Tell me, what must I do? Come to you, come to you. You're mine, mine, mine. It's right, right, right. It's right, 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 right now. Why are you hiding? Tell me, what must I do? Come to you, come to you. You're mine, mine, mine. It's right, right, right. It's right, 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 right now. Why are you hiding? Tell me, what must I do? Come to you, come to you. I try to let go of all of the nonsense that you put me through. I give it all to you, I do it all for you. Maybe this feeling's overdue. You're uninvited, you wanna hold me close, but I know what you have to. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why are you hiding? Tell me, what must I do? Come to you, come to you. You're mine, mine, mine. It's right, right, right. It's right, 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 right now. Why are you hiding? Tell me, what must I do? Come to you, come to you.
immediately there were a bunch of comments like, oh, please, this is worth a full video. Please make a full video on this. Please elaborate on this. So now that's what I'm doing. So I really get to explain what they've done. See, tablets haven't really changed much over the past couple years. Feels like we've kind of settled, if you will, into this sort of hierarchy where, especially in the US, iPads are so popular that it's basically just iPads and everything else. And I've even had conversations recently with some friends about this, which is just like, they straight up won't switch from the iPad. Like, no matter how good of a competitor comes up, it can be amazing hardware, it can be the best screen, the best battery in the world, it's an amazing tablet. Yeah, they've ripped some stuff straight from the iPad. Now, it does have its own unique hardware aesthetic. You gotta give them that. It's a different shape and a different color, and of course, it's a different layout with a bunch of OnePlus and Android features that really suggest more holding it in landscape, unlike the iPads, which feel a bit more interchangeable. But they weren't shy about some things, like this pencil. This is the Apple Pencil, and this is the new OnePlus Pencil. Same shape, same size, same pressure-sensitive tip, which is nice. Same single flat side, which prevents it from rolling away on a table, which is smart. But then same slapping onto the side of a tablet with magnets and charging it via inductive wireless charging so you don't lose it. It's convenient. It even has the same little animation to show you when you paired it and how much battery percentage you have. There are probably other ways to do this, but the result is just a very familiar experience with a nice, finely controlled, pressure-sensitive pointing device for navigating around and swiping and even typing, and of course all the drawing and note-taking you could possibly want. They've also made a magnetic keyboard accessory with a trackpad that connects to the tablet with magnets and these pins and turns it into a whole lappable Android 11-inch laptop alternative. It might not completely float the tablet above the keyboard like the heavier, less lappable one from Apple, but it does use basically the exact same cursor mechanism as the iPad, where you can swipe around with this dark circle and then it snaps onto different touch targets as you move near.
Drowning in something and I can't come out. Just show me loving. I need loving. Me, myself, need enough. Expecting a thought to a crushing heart. I want you to know how bad it hurts. You put it beside along my heart. Oh, 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 are you dreaming of me now? The way I do. Oh, 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 are you dreaming of me now? The way I do.
This is Shaq's bodybuilding journey. Shaq has always been a bodybuilding fan, and these past few years he decided to transform his body.
I don't want my stomach to be over the belly anymore. Now, I was 401 pounds. Now I'm 365. I'm trying to take it back to 345. And I want to have muscles everywhere, and I want to be underwear.
He recently posted this picture, and he is getting all the support from the bodybuilding community and legends. He even has his own posing routine. If Shaq decides to step on stage, it's over for every other bodybuilder. This is Shaq's bodybuilding journey. Shaq has always been a bodybuilding fan, and these past few years he decided
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you. Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you. So
A pair of jeans, a shirt or two. We didn't pack as if we weren't going back. It doesn't matter if it's true. I've got a feeling love will give us what we lack. The world is waiting up. The world is waiting half a step beyond our door. Yeah. And if it's not enough, I wanna see the stuff the world has got in store. wanna take it all in, I'm falling. The cityscape by night, wanna catch in my photos. Where you go, every corner twice as bright. They'll be my treasures forever. When I can't hold you tight, I'll see the Stockholm lights. The Stockholm lights, the Stockholm lights. Tomorrow feels a year away, like the seconds, the beginning and the end. But if in time it's yesterday, your picture's gonna bring it home to me again. The world is waiting up, the world is waiting half a step beyond our door. And if it's not enough, I wanna see the stuff the world has got in store. I wanna take it all in, I'm falling. The cityscape by night, wanna catch in my photos. Where you go, every corner twice as bright. They'll be my treasures forever. When I can't hold you tight, I'll see the Stockholm lights. The Stockholm lights, the Stockholm lights.
Feel like I linger between the words to say the words to remember. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all, lose it all, lose it all. Feel it in your arms, feel it in your legs, feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go, just let your body go, just let your body go and move to the say, why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words you say the words you remember. just come. We must never stop the way, yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Light is gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah,
wasting time, hoping that you drop by. And I don't pretend to know what you want. I don't even know where to start, but I'm willing to try. Even if you push me under, it's only gonna make me stronger. It's only gonna feed my hunger. Say the words, say the words. Even if the tide stops turning, even if the world keeps burning, nothing's gonna stop this feeling. Say the words, say the words. Watching the flames burn higher, setting my world on fire. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, risking it all on you. And I don't pretend to know how you feel. Either you won't or you will, but I'll give it a try. Even if you're too blind to see, and even if you look right through me, I never thought it would be easy. Say the words, say the words. Even if the world stops breathing and every beating heart stops beating, nothing's gonna stop this feeling. Just say the words, say the words.
fall with your pretty eyes and run with me, yeah, yeah. 'Cause you and I are a secret. Feel my drift against your skin. 'Cause honestly, let's hold our breath. This is so real. Just you and me with the skate girl tonight. Swipe left, someone said something stupid. Swipe right, now I'm watching what you did. Power down, now I'm at a disadvantage. But I think that it's worth it. I put my headphones on, I play my favorite song. I go to sleep and try again. Mama used to try and tell me no man is an island, but I think I feel like drifting away. Mama used to say tomorrow never comes, so make the most, but I think I am done with today. Done with today.
you can't have. Number one regret, no take backs. The hole in your chest, that's payback. Payback, yeah, you better take that. You could call me selfish and critical, I could take the blame. Just like I could take a match and send it up in flames. Don't say I didn't want that. This might hurt, but that's just karma. Better take that. Call it payback. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Stay mad, I know you wanna. This might hurt, but that's just karma. That's just karma. Go and play the part, play the victim. Throw a pity party with your demons. Blaming everybody and you're screaming, screaming. But I'm the one bleeding. You're the one that's selfish and critical, you could take the blame. Just like I could take a match and send it up in flames. Don't say I didn't warn you, this might hurt. That's just karma. Better take that. Call it payback. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Stay mad, I know you wanna. This might hurt, but that's just karma. That's just karma.
She got a body like a goddess, and she talks so sweet. It's like I can't believe I'm the one that she wanted. And if I'm really being honest, I know I could be everything she needs if she let me get on it. Yeah. So come here, baby, listen close, hold me tight, don't let me go. Girl, you know that I'ma want you all my life. But I got so much left to do, except for falling
time to lose, and we'll be running on fumes. Oh, I could say nothing. You told me that I'm not around. I could say nothing. If only I made it out of town. Or I could say hi for a minute now. Your lies I can't forget about. Hi for a minute now. Oh my, we've been fucking all night, yeah. Alright, I've been feeling alright. This time you won't get to my heart, yeah. This time I'ma get what is mine. Tell me what you wanna do right now. Empty, thinking about the ways you like, yeah. Baby, I don't really ask for much. Crazy how you only want the fire. I swear to God, 'cause I had enough. Tell me stop, but I had enough. You know why we broken up. Oh, I could say nothing. You told me that I'm not around. I could say nothing. If only I made it out of town. Or I could say hi for a minute now. Your lies I can't forget about. Hi for a minute now. Or I could say nothing. You told me that I'm not around. I could say nothing. If only I.
You sure do like to share your opinions, talking big like somebody's listening. Nobody's listening. It's so fun and games until it doesn't toss me out. I'll hit the ignition. Now you listen. Hop up in the window. Smaller and smaller you fade out. Hop up in the window. Yeah. You cannot kill my vibe. No, there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, watch me levitate. You cannot kill my vibe. No, there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. Hey, watch me levitate. Try to paint me like a no name, so sorry, but we're not the same. No, we're not the same. Boo-hoo, poor you, please forgive me, 'cause I don't feel any pity. I'm fed up with lies, you wanted my demise. Now you're watching me rise. Up in the window. Smaller and smaller you fade out. Up in the window. Yeah. You cannot kill my vibe. No, there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, watch me levitate. You cannot kill my vibe. No, there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. Hey, watch me levitate.
Watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate, levitate. Watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate.
Watch me levitate. You cannot kill my vibe. No, there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, watch me levitate. You cannot kill my vibe. No, there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. Hey, watch me levitate. Sugar-coated doll is not so pure, my bad. I don't give a. You're stepping on me and they call my mama, touch you bad and then that. You're mad, I guess you're mad. Wore my best pajama for this drama. Why you talking like that, like that, like that? I'm not gonna spend the night, I'm talking. You got bad things on your mind, keep walking. Spit your words on someone else. Don't act like you're so obsessed with me, with me. You know that I ain't coming back, I'm sorry. Read my lips, you do not like that. You're drowning without me. Take it all back, but if you want my sympathy, honey, well, come as a bitch, get ready for this. I trust my best, confess. You hate me wearing the pants if you weren't so damn obsessed with making me a perfect lie. Makeup is out, naturals in, letting my skin glow out. Yes, I can shit if you don't like this. You still live in your man's world. I'm not gonna spend the night, I'm talking. You got bad things on your mind, keep walking. Spit your words on someone else. Don't act like you're so obsessed with me, with me. You know that I ain't coming back, I'm sorry. Read my lips, you do not like that. You're drowning without me. Take it all back, but if you want my sympathy, honey, well, come as a bitch, get ready for this. You know that I ain't coming back, I'm sorry. Read my lips, you do not like that. You're drowning without me. Take it all back, but if you want my sympathy, honey, well, come as a bitch, get ready for this.
Since I hit your phone, I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along. Yeah, we've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates, and they say communication, safe relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? Okay, now hold up. Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold ya, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through.
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know the arguing just augments everything going both ways, but baby, I can see it on your face.
I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
Sitting lonely in my room again, trying lot of like the breeze.
Anjing. Oh my god, there's a dog.
Wait, oh, Faris.
The smart local dog.
Of office, we are back in Johor Bahru.
Okay, but I think at this point, right, it's not
Yeah.
called out of office. I feel like it's called out of service.
Huh? Why? So we're going to explore not just here, other places also,
Other
right?
places. But first, where are we going?
First, we'll be going to an escape room. Starting the day on a high, man. Okay, let's go. Just walk inside.
This side.
This side.
Okay, this is a road actually, guys. Be careful. We are at our first location,
Bank History Escape Room.
Is it only escape room? I saw that there were other things to do.
Yes, there's other thing, but they are known for their escape room.
I think the closest thing that I've been to an escape room is Halloween Horror Night. I've never been to like an escape room like for reals. Oh, actually have one time. I go with my friend. We stuck at the first round, cannot move on. So actually I feel like I'm not the best partner lah.
Okay, I would say I'm actually quite smart.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I think that's a bit of a
No,
stretch.
like not book smart, but like street smart. No, I feel like I will do well. We will do well.
Hello.
Oh, you see, so this is the elevator.
Sorry to Faris both.
Wait, are we supposed to do something?
We're supposed to Alamak. Alamak, got the music lah.
Vendor.
Today got 50% discount, today only. Okay, there's no clues here.
What are we
Sorry about
supposed to
that.
find?
No, that one not. Faris, we saw that coming, why we still shot? So what the door so slow? Eh, the music stopping eh.
Wait, can I have more clues?
No, wait, we don't ask for clues first. I don't see any numbers that got 5 eh.
You see, you need to do math. I'm not good with math. 700 rooms.
Huh?
There's 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh,
5, 6.
what room do we want to go to?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, no, I know it. Alamak. Okay. I don't want to crawl.
Okay.
No. Eros. You behind. Please, Nicole, please let him be behind. Please, last please.
Oh, chicken.
Okay.
It's my name. Can I go from the Chinese? Please go away. Thank you very much. I will help you with anything on the afterlife. Thank you. I love you.
There's a lot of sameness among online brokers.
Welcome back to the channel. In today's video I'm going to be teaching you how to live like a proper trader outside of the charts. So I don't think I've really seen this touched on YouTube before. So I'm going to cover some points that you probably haven't heard of and things that profitable traders know that will cause them to make different decisions that you might make in the moment in your day-to-day life outside of the markets. The first things profitable traders know is that routine and simplicity is key in order to have clear, decisive decisions in the moment when trading and just to have peace of mind in general. What do I mean by this? Well, my routine is very simple. There's not a million steps in there. There's not thousands of extra things. The problem most people have is that they either don't have a consistent routine or they have one that's too complicated. Now, if you fall into any of these categories, the truth is you're not going to be able to be a profitable trader because too much random things are going on in your life or too much stress is going on in your life. Now, this is either due to you doing too much things or not having a routine. So the first point is that if you want to be consistent and make the same decisions all the time in the moment while trading, because that's what you have to do. If you're changing what decision you make every time based on what you're seeing in the markets, based on some random factor, based on how you feel, well then you're not going to have an edge over time. You're not going to be profitable. So you need to be making the same decisions all the time over time. Now, you can't just live a life of randomness, no routine, and then come to the chart and say, yeah, now I'm going to do the same thing every time and make the right decisions. Well, in life, it's easy to live a good routine and do the same things. In the markets, it's difficult. So how are you not going to be able to do it in the easy part, but then you are going to be able to do it in the difficult part? It doesn't make sense. In trading, you can make thousands of dollars in seconds just from pressing buy or over leveraging. That's a lot more difficult to make consistent decisions in. Every decision you make when you're trading high amounts of capital has a large effect. There's a lot of money on the line, so you need to be able to make clear decisions in the moment. How you live outside of the markets will 100% tie in to how good you are at this. So for me, my routine is very simple but effective, and the good thing about it is that I've done it over time for a long period of time. I wake up, I have a cold shower, and I go straight for a walk outside in the sun. I don't check my phone at all in the morning, and this is very good because it allows me to have peace of mind. That's the most important part. Now in doing this, when I come to the markets, I have peace of mind again. Because how you do one thing in your life is how you do everything else. If you're on the other side of this and you have an extremely complicated routine, well, when you get to the markets, you're likely going to think extremely complicated. Overcomplicate your decisions, look into things too much, and you're just going to have overall stress, right? You're trying to do too much, and it's just counterintuitive. It works out the opposite to the effect you actually want it to have. The most important thing is just being consistent and simple. If you don't do any of these things at the moment, try and change your morning routine or create a morning routine based around those factors. So the second thing that actually profitable traders do outside the markets is that they don't think about the charts. For me personally, right now I almost never think about the charts apart from my morning analysis and then when I check up every few hours to see what's going on. Now I trade the 30-minute time frame and I actually moved from the 5-minute time frame about 6 months ago now, and this completely changed my life because before I was trading 5-minute charts, I was there all the time. There was so many candles printing every 5 minutes, so much going on, and I was so stressed, so much noise. I'd leave the markets to do something else and I'd be constantly checking it on my phone. Couldn't get away with it because there was so much going on. If I left the markets for half an hour, a whole setup could have formed and played out and I would have missed it. And so even though it's possible to be profitable in the 5-minute charts on backtesting, it's a lot more difficult in the live markets due to these factors. Now when I trade 30-minute charts, I can actually enjoy life, and that's why we started trading in the first place. When I'm out and about, I don't have to be worried that I'm missing positions, things taken off without me, because there's only one candle every half an hour. Not so much can change. I can easily go 2 hours, forget the markets even exist. Again, ties into the first point because that's completely stress-free. Then I'll come back and check the markets. Oh, maybe a setup's formed and it's starting to play out, so I'll make sure I'm home and I can take that trade properly. That's the benefit to trading 30-minute. It ties into what you want from trading in terms of peace of mind and simplicity. At the stage I've got to now, I will say that I often actually take positions in the 30-minute and then I'll go to sleep, and the next morning I'm not even thinking about it at all, that I forgot I'm even in a trade. Then I'll be like, oh yeah, I was actually in that trade, I'll check the market, see how it's playing out. If I think back to when I first started, when I traded the 5-minute, that would have felt almost impossible for me. There was no way I could ever imagine entering a trade and then forgetting that I'm in it. But it just shows how peacefully I'm trading, that I can take a trade and I don't care about it so much. I'm constantly checking every second and I can almost forget that I'm in the trade. So it's a very simple way of living and definitely something you should think about. Right now, if you have trading addiction, it's pretty much a phase that all of us go through because trading is very addictive in terms of dopamine, in terms of how much money you can make. It can almost be the same as a gambling addiction. So you have to break out of that phase in order to trade as a profitable trader, because if you think about someone actually profitable, let's say they're making millions from trading, do you think they're constantly checking their phone? Oh, what's going on? They're so frantic, they're nervous about what's happening, they're checking the charts, they can't live life. Of course not. They're going to be the complete opposite to that, very grounded in the current moment, just enjoying their life. That's what you need to be like as a profitable trader. So if you're someone who does those things, take that into consideration and improve your own lifestyle outside the charts. Alright, so for the third point, how does a profitable trader live outside?
Enjoy your meal.
Charts. Well, I actually mentioned this phrase earlier, but it's extremely important for trading successfully. That phrase is, how you do one thing is how you do everything else. I don't think there's ever been a better phrase to describe a trader and how they should live outside the charts. Now, this can apply to any trait you could possibly think of, but the one I'm going to touch on most is discipline. Discipline as a trader is the most important thing because there's no one telling you to do something, there's no one stopping you from breaking the rules, you have to do it yourself, so it's all about self-discipline. Now, if you expect to be disciplined in the market, well, like I said, you can make thousands in seconds, you can over-leverage, you can revenge trade, you can just press a button and buy, you can make thousands. That requires a lot of self-discipline and control in order to not do those things. If you live your day-to-day life, and let's say you're not a disciplined person and you miss a day at the gym just because you can't be bothered to go. Well, how if you're missing a day at the gym because you can't be bothered, which is an easy thing to not do, and let's self-discipline and control in order to not do those things. If you live your day-to-day life, and let's say you're not a disciplined person and you miss a day at the gym just because you can't be bothered to go. Well, how if you're missing a day at the gym because you can't be bothered, which is an easy thing to not do? Are you going to come to the markets and then say, yeah, I'm going to trade profitably, I'm going to be disciplined? It's just not possible. They don't work together. If you want to be a person with extreme discipline, because that's what trading takes, then you can't fail at the simple disciplines outside of the market. You can't say, I'm not going to eat chocolate, I'm going to eat clean, and then 2 weeks later you just eat chocolate. That's extremely low level discipline. These are easy things to fix over time. And if you can't do those, there's no way you're going to be able to carry out discipline in the markets. Now, we can carry this onto any trade possible. You might be a hesitant trader who's too scared to take trades. Well, if you go out in real life and you're too nervous to do certain things, if you don't overcome those things, you don't go and do them anyway, well then you're still going to be hesitant in the markets because that's more difficult. Each decision you make in the markets once you're trading large amounts of capital has the potential to lose thousands. That's a lot of psychological pressure to handle. That's a lot to overcome once you're trading. You're still going to be hesitant in the markets because that's more difficult. Each decision you make in the markets once you're trading large amounts of capital has the potential to lose thousands. That's a lot of psychological pressure to handle. That's a lot to overcome. If you want to be able to do that, well, you have to be able to do these simple things maybe you're nervous to do in day-to-day life, because the trading one, again, is a lot more difficult. And these points that I'm touching on are the reasons trading is so difficult. Most people just think about technicals only or finding out how the markets work. That's not very difficult, that's the easy part. The difficult part is self-mastery, and that's the truth of why trading has such a high failure rate. It's not because of technicals, because how many people do you know that can analyze the charts very well and they're not profitable? How many people do you know that trade the same strategy as someone that's profitable, but they're not profitable? Why not? It's probably not because the profitable trader knows that one small tip that just allows him to take one trade that makes 3% that he knew because of that small tip the other trader didn't. Well, if that's the case, the other trader will to be profitable, but you just make 3% less. That's not the case. Trade the same strategy as someone who's profitable, but you're not successful with it. More profitable, but they're not profitable. Why not? It's probably not because the profitable trader knows that one small tip that just allows him to take one trade that makes 3% that he knew because of that small tip that the other trader didn't. Well, if that's the case, the other trader will also be profitable, but you just make 3% less. That's not the case. Trade the same strategy as someone who's profitable, but you're not successful with it, then you can tell that's obviously down to emotional state.
Welcome to a new edition of Capital Ideas Podcast. Listeners can expect to hear real stories from real investment professionals. We are going to discuss ideas and conviction. Invest 30 minutes in an episode today.
And your psychology, how you live outside the charts, how you do one thing is how you do everything else. So if you want to be disciplined, you have to be extremely disciplined in your day-to-day life. If you want to not be hesitant, you have to not be hesitant in your day-to-day life. All these things will carry over into the markets, especially when they build up over time. When you want to be a consistent trader who's decisive and has a lot of discipline, so you want to stop over trading, let's say, well, you need to be a consistent person who doesn't break any micro promises to themselves outside the markets. So if you do, well, imagine how that's going to creep into your trading. Breaking a micro promise can just spiral out of control, lead to you blowing your account. So at the end of the day, it really is that simple. Trading is a game of self-mastery. I say it all the time. And so those 3 points will change how I live my life outside of the markets as a profitable trader. Each decision, every time there's something happening, every time there's something random or extreme that might throw me off course, let's say partying or something, going to a club and partying, well, that's just going to give me extreme dopamine. I'm suddenly going to be so excited and hyped up, not consistent at all. I'm going to go to sleep late, wake up late the next day, be very tired. I'm not going to be consistent at all. It's very simple. How can I expect, if I do stuff like that, to then go into the markets and make clear and decisive decisions when there's 2,000 on the line, one trade? It's just not possible. So with that being said, hopefully you guys can take those into consideration and change how you live outside the markets, because it's truly all related in trading. Every point links to every other point, and how you do one thing is how you do everything else. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you're interested in joining my Discord, the link will be in the description. Touch on a lot of these points in there because there's so many webinars at this point that I would say that Discord pretty much has all the information you could even need to be profitable. Of course, it also goes into extreme detail on my strategy. So technicals and psychology, they're all in there throughout the webinars. We host them weekly, so if you want to join them live, you can ask any question you want. Definitely, it's probably one of the best places at this point to learn trading, so if you want to see that, link in the description. With that being said, I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey, welcome back to the channel. In today's video,
说你好帅，想跟我约会吗？一点点吧。手机没锁，把微信加上，我在下个路口等你。加好了，给你。恭喜！你看一下我所有的安排，我带你去兜风。好。
你知道如何判断一个女骑是为了玩机车还是为了玩机车圈吗？
我不知道哎，
是看穿搭吗？不是，看我的啊。小姐姐，我想问一下，你这个车多少马力啊？有，加比3000多。是这样的，我自己也玩机车，我有台川崎 H2R，想问一下哪里可以找到就是上海的本地的摩友呢？
你有穿鞋车了吗？
对。
啊，那正好啊，今天晚上8点有一个聚会，都是灰的那种宝马、杜卡迪什么的。我小姐妹她也想去，然后她想做一台挡泥板，要不给你个机会，我把她联系方式发给你，咱们到前面去加一个微信吧，你加我小姐妹。
Growing up, one of my favorite favorite TV shows was My 600-Pound Life. I'm being serious, I'm not lying. It's a reality show about morbidly obese people on their journey to lose a ton of weight. Who helps these people? Dr. Now does. Based off his name and how he looks, I'm not sure if he's more of a James Bond or an Austin Powers villain. Regardless, he helps these people by giving them a severely restrictive 1,200 calorie diet that I'm gonna be trying for the next 50 hours. I am gonna be as flat as a runway model in the next 50 hours, guaranteed, but it's time to see the day one starting weight. Drum roll, please. Currently 197.5 pounds. Okay, body fat percentage? What's it gonna be? Oh, I think that means 0%. Shredded. I don't need this diet. 2 days on this diet is gonna absolutely suck, but multiple weeks of it, I would classify that as torture. Dr. Now makes his patients do this diet until they lose around 10% of their body weight, AKA 60 pounds, before going to bariatric surgery.
One type of bariatric surgery is a gastro bypass. The surgeon cuts across the top of the stomach, sealing it off from the rest of the stomach. The resulting pouch is about the size of a walnut and can only hold about an ounce of food, when typically the stomach can hold about 3 pints of food, which of course decreases the amount of food you can eat.
All the recipes that I'm gonna be making are from his book, The Scale Does Not Lie, People Do. I got this for like $32. The actual hard copy was over $160. This guy's watching this video from his very own yacht. And then I zoomed in on the cover, and his stethoscope is actually covered in gold and diamonds. That's incredible. All right, so for meal one, I have everything prepared because we are gonna be making the vegetable omelet. Woo woo. Well, I'm probably gonna have to calculate the caloric value of my tears because this is just sad. Like looking at this is like looking at myself in the mirror because all I see is something begging for more meat. I literally could not even almost form the omelet because the ratio of vegetable to egg is just not normal omelet. And out of all the volume hacks I've done in my day, I don't think I've ever stooped so low to add celery to the omelet before. That is just, I don't know. Oh. It tasted like one of those like Chinese pancakes originally, and then as it goes down, it starts to taste like dedication. Like if you're eating this, you're showing everybody in your close circle that this is the time that you're actually gonna lose weight. Like you are dialed in, dedicated to go. And I don't know if it's just me having a bad attitude or what, but 1 tablespoon of cheese for this entire omelet, I'd rather just not have cheese. Like, I didn't think it was possible to get hangry at my own plate of food, but here I am. Like, that is just annoying. It's pretty crazy. You have these 600-pound people who have been eating themselves into submission every single day for years, and then all of a sudden, they just go to something like this. That's like if Mick Jagger decided to go Amish. Like, the lifestyle change is just insane. I don't even understand how they do this. It makes no sense. Even though I'm gonna be hungry after this, I can guarantee you I'm gonna feel better after this than if I did the diet that got them to 600 pounds. That's for sure. I made the mistake of having breakfast at around 8:45 and I held off as long as I possibly could, but it is now currently 2:24 and I've gotten to the point that I'm so hungry that my first instinct is to actually eat the cucumber for once. So we are gonna be making this cucumber yogurt salad. That sounds quite delicious. You know what? I'm actually pretty happy with this meal. It's kind of like a skinny tzatziki minus the rest of the Slovakia dinner I typically have that I would dip into the tzatziki, but I love tzatziki. I knew something wasn't right when I was saying it. Tzatziki. I thought the T was silent. Go ahead, leave your comments, do what you have to do. I accept it. Tzatziki. I don't know why I do that to myself. Fortunately, I get 4 ounces of chicken breast on the side, so 2 of the 3 meals today have to have 4 ounces of some sort of grilled meat. Chicken breast was on the list, so voila. Hear that? Oh yeah. Cucumber is seriously the best food to eat and play with. Oh, things are looking good right now. There's something in the book called FAT, which stands for frequency, amount, and type. Does that have to do with how he deals out punishment or food? Because to me it stands for feeling awful throughout. Frequency, you're supposed to eat 2 to 3 times a day. Amount, 1,200 calories, no more, no less. Type, meals high in protein and fiber, and then low in everything else, including happiness. There's actually so much cucumber. I'm actually getting annoyed eating this thing. So I would say that's a win. I don't even want to finish it. Ugh. Oh. Flavor fatigue on a diet, y'all. Daddy now 1, Will 0. At the grocery store right now, which is a bad idea, but I have no choice. I have to pick up dinner. Hey, you can't park there. Okay, we're in the produce section. Pretty much we have to buy every vegetable that they have. Got the cart of a skinny legend right now. Ironically though, this is probably the cart that would have people thinking that I have disordered eating. We got the goods for the salad, but as you can see I'm in the water section because a diet is a game. We gotta find ways to stay full all the time. Carbonated water is probably your best bet. I might also go, oh, I'm sorry. I might also get flavor enhancers for my carbonated water. I'm getting looks right now. I don't know if it's because I have the camera or my cart looks like I rescued 50 rabbits from a research lab. I don't know, but I'm currently in the snack section. On the diet, it says there's no snacks allowed. I'm on a 1,200 calorie diet. Is anything not considered a snack? I think having no snacks is a bit aggressive. 3 meals a day. I made my way over to the dessert section. I shouldn't be here right now, but I'm here. And I found this. So it's a flavor I've never seen before. It's very cheap, $4.99. I have to get it. I'm not gonna be eating it for the weekend, but I'm gonna have it for when the weekend is finished. I'm gonna use this as motivation to help me push through because I know tomorrow's gonna be very hard.
Y'all want to know an elite dieting hack that I even think Dr. Now would approve of? Go to a fast food place and just order a large Coke Zero, please.
Just large Coke?
Coke Zero, please. I'm telling you, it works. Hello. Bye. See, I just showed Benada. I'm still here, I'm still alive, and I'm not the customer that I used to be. You know, I showed face, change of order. See, you just feel like you're participating in life. Now my biggest fear is if they actually screwed up if this is regular Coke, because then the diet is just fucked. Do you all see this farmer's market behind me for this salad? This salad we are making has 24 vegetables to 1 protein. That is a strip club level ratio, my friends. That is absolutely absurd. So we are making the low calorie bowel of salad. Now there's 2 things I don't like about this recipe. 1, having low calorie in the title of a salad recipe in a restrictive diet plan just seems a bit redundant. Like, I've already lost. You don't need to rub it in. Two, low calorie bowel. Does he mean low calorie bowl? Or is he giving me a warning with bowel? Because if so, I took it as a warning and changed my underwear from white to black, as this salad has the fiber any Quest bar has ever aspired to. So we have a lot of chopping to do. I'm a bit nervous. Look at this salad so far. This is like the salad version of the kitchen sink cookie. It's crazy. I'm still not even done, surprisingly. We have the protein on the stove, and as hungry as I am right now, this wasn't worth it. I'm getting fed up. This will have to be the most memorable salad I have ever tossed, and I'm talking about all rooms of the house. And good thing the show actually pays for the patient's surgeries, because this salad was like designed to max out credit cards. This was not cheap. Like, no one keeps this much produce. Like, nobody. Like, not one of you just raised your hand.
Considering the dollar per calorie ratio here, I may as well have got jumbo shrimp. Like seriously, I don't. Is this a meal or am I a grazing animal? Like. I don't even know what's in my mouth. It's like I'm working at the UN again. This entire day, I have yet to have a carb. If a crouton fell on the ground, I would happily fight a pigeon for it. I'm craving just something starchy right now. I have also definitely hit a liquid PR today. I've been drinking so much water and Coke Zeros to keep me full between meals, which is super key when you're on a diet. But I have barely made a dent in this salad. That cucumber salad messed me up for a bit. Like, it kept me full for a while. And considering the amount of calories I've had today, I'm feeling pretty good. It is currently 10:35 and my God, my hunger has kicked in. I feel like I was just like artificially full of veggies for so long and I was feeling good and all of a sudden it went away and I just got hit. My body's like, yo, feed me, which is understandable. I pretty much ate the bulking diet of an Oompa Loompa today, so not that many calories. And this is where I think the diet is kind of all wrong. I should be able to have like an apple, should be able to have like some yogurt, protein shake, get some protein in. I feel like that's where this diet is kind of too restrictive. And I think that by even adding a little bit more calories and protein and fruit, you get just as good of results, probably even better. So currently just sipping on this berries of the wood to curb my hunger. And I just know tonight's gonna suck. Last night sucked. A lot. It was a noisy night for my tummy, which is making me wonder in this very moment if the silence means I've flatlined. Am I here right now? I had some pretty crazy food dreams last night. One of them, I went to Tim Hortons for a cheat day, and then things took a really weird turn when I started to fill the Boston creams with a very personal touch. Boba and I were coming up with today's master plan, and we came up with the perfect game plan. I'm gonna be doing 2 meals today instead of 3, which is phenomenal. And I'm very confident about this plan because of 2 reasons. So the first reason is I get more food per meal. So instead of 3 400-calorie meals, I get 2 600-calorie meals. The second reason why is just there's one less opportunity for this diet to disappoint me. So I'll be sad less. Just about 11 in the morning, held off as long as I could, and it's time for meal number 1. And I see protein, I see carbs, and I see caffeine. Have I been Stockholm syndromed into liking this diet? I think so. Like, this is by far the best looking meal so far. The other meals were torture. This is more like ideal apocalypse rations. I took one of the meal ideas that he had and I just jacked it up to 600 calories. So I added an extra egg and egg white and I doubled it up to 4 sausages, which isn't my best, but it's always meant a pretty good night. And I'm just super excited to eat this right now. I gotta start with the sausage. Oh my God, my muscles needed it. My body is shaking. I'm very grateful for this piece of toast. I was this close to crashing a church service to get myself some communion wafers. I was getting desperate. Every bite, I'm getting a head rush. I can't imagine that being healthy. With the amount of calories that I consumed in the past 36 hours, this lift is going to be inspirational or motivational. I think the best outcome here is survival. Starting off with incline bench press. So since I haven't been fed, neither will my ego. So I think the smart thing to do is just do weight that I'm confident in. So the plan is some smooth sets of 8 reps. I feel like for all these workouts, there should be like a do not try this at home warning sign. Oh, daddy. Okay.
I definitely wouldn't call these sets smooth, but we still made it. And this is only the first workout of the diet, and I'm already noticing some performance effects, so it had me wondering, are people supposed to weight train at all on this diet? Turns out you shouldn't. Most patients do some low impact activity like walking, water aerobics, and even some stationary cycling.
Just wrapped up chest and back. Overall workout is surprisingly, it's good. Other than the inability to get a pump and feeling slightly lightheaded during the lift, but otherwise maintaining most of my weights. Some of the lifts I actually progressed on, can't really complain. Post-workout pump check time, chest, back, and biceps. I already noticed a significant difference in the tightness in my ab area after only 1 day, which is insane. Now, if you are to crash diet, first of all, I don't recommend you ever crash diet, but if you're going to get ready for like some sort of rave or some shit like that, just know you cannot maintain exercise performance while crash dieting for very long. I would say 10 days to maximum 2 weeks. And after that, you're gonna start losing gains extremely quick, along with a lot of other negative consequences. So these types of diets are like dip in, dip out types of things, not long-term sustainable diets. Yo, ever since the gym, I haven't wanted to go home for an obvious reason. That's where the fridge is. So I stumbled upon a few websites about weird ways to blunt my hunger. I'm gonna try some of them out. The first one, seeing blue apparently blunts your appetite. Now I've tried this one before and it doesn't work, but I'm gonna try it again right now, along with a few other ones. Let's go. Yeah, I'm just seeing sexy avatars everywhere. Definitely increasing my appetite. I don't know who these studies are on. Mannequins? All right, next one we gotta get some green tea. I think that one should work.
Hi there, welcome to Starbucks. What can I get for you?
Hi there, can I please just get a grande green tea?
For sure.
Yeah. You seemed very suspicious of that.
Because I was thinking if you wanted like the matcha or the normal tea.
Yeah, no, I'm really boring today. I'm on a diet.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
nice.
All right, so the next one we gotta do is we gotta be kind, because apparently if you fulfill the emotional side of your brain, it will help your hunger greatly. So the plan is to buy the person's order behind me. There's nobody here yet, so I'm not sure. Oh, someone just pulled in. I'm gonna profile him right now. Can I pay for the person's behind me too?
Of course.
Yeah.
That's nice.
What did they get?
Just a cappuccino.
Just a cappuccino? Okay. Whew.
There you go.
Because apparently if I fulfill my like emotional side of my brain, I get less hungry. On a diet. She thinks I'm on one. Thank you so much. You too. One of the more expensive tea baggings of my life. I probably should have done this at Dollarama. Oh yeah. You're giving me looks. I still feel hungry. When will this kick in? When will this kick in? Anytime now. Anytime. Oh, they're still there. They're very confused. I got you, bro. Yeah. Look at that. You know what? That worked. I feel good. I don't know how feasible it is to do this every time I get hungry, but for right now, it worked. I got a smile on my face. He definitely thinks I'm hitting on him.
After Starbucks, I went to the nicest Dollarama I think I've ever seen in my entire life to get a scented candle. They had some pretty weird scents, but I was specifically looking for vanilla because there's a theory that the scent reduces sugar and chocolate cravings. At this point, the only way this candle is stopping me from eating is if I pass out from it burning up all the oxygen in the room, because all I could think about was my beloved ice cream in the freezer. Safe to say,
Got a MacBook Pro and we're putting it in a mouse backpack and we're going to drop it from an 8-story building. Let's see if it's nice.
it didn't work.
It's just about 7 p.m. and it's time for the last supper. We're almost at the finish line and we're gonna be making the stuffed cabbage. Is somebody gonna tell this cabbage that nothing on this diet gets stuffed? Like seriously. So what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be doubling the recipe, plus adding a side that should put us right around 600 calories for meal 2. I am ravenous, everybody. But this is actually starting to shape up into a pretty decent looking meal. We have the cabbage here, meat is sauteing, and then I had no idea what dirty rice is, so I just mixed the curry powder and the cumin in the rice. And honestly, the only thing done dirty in this recipe is me. It smells so good. I already know this is gonna be the tastiest meal of this entire challenge. I'm gonna call these burritos. I don't know if that makes me delusional or creative. Either way, it just makes me a tiny bit happier. Oh my gosh. So on the side, I get 90 calories, which is half a grapefruit, which is kind of unfair because I had all of me this morning, but that just puts me right around 600 calories. All right, I don't even want to cut them open. They're so plump. Definitely a much better ratio of meat to veggies than yesterday's salad. Holy fuck. You always remember how good food is when you're eating. So in the recipe it said 2 ounces of fat-free meat. And I was like, does bro mean chalk? Like what the heck? So I basically just found the leanest beef I could find and then I strained it of all the fat. So it's almost like, this is almost a choking hazard, which is why I got my water on deck. But still, really good. The curry powder and the cumin are saving this thing. But today was definitely easier than yesterday to stay on track. I think that the less frequent you eat, especially when you have a low-calorie diet, the easier it is. The more that you eat these smaller meals, I just feel like it kind of spikes your hunger so much more. So if I was to do this again, I would do the 2 meals a day every time. Dinner done, which is bittersweet because you know the problem with eating is eventually you have to stop eating and you have to wait till the next meal, which is kind of sad. But on the bright side, I get to wake up tomorrow. I'm not doing this ever again. Back to reality. I think with how I feel right now, like the camera feels heavy. My brain, I feel snappy. I'm in a bad mood for no reason. So I just can't wait to be able to eat again. But I could just, I think I'm probably gonna be 189 tomorrow morning with how I feel. I have to be below 190. I just have to. Well, I'm not below 190, but I'm still down 6 pounds in 2 days, and in theory, that sounds pretty sweet. But if you look at the physique updates, not much has changed. Maybe a bit more abs in the after photo, but overall, all that weight loss is water weight being depleted, and my body just needing pretty much anything at this point. Sometimes extreme situations do require extreme actions, but within that, I always feel like there's a better way to do something. So in this case, being able to have more protein, being able to have a piece of fruit as a snack if I'm super hungry, and just knowing that a 1200 calorie diet does not apply to every single person. That's just not how it works. Dr. Now, if you're watching this, hi. And to all you guys, thank you for watching, and I'm gonna go have ice cream for breakfast.
You don't come to us for burgers, but that's gonna change. Introducing.
After the high, just draw it down to the bottom of the candle that tapped your zone in YouTube videos. So next up, I'm going to be jumping into 30-minute specific rules for all you higher time frame traders who are watching this. I myself only trade the 30-minute charts now. I used to, of course, trade the 5 minutes full time. This was just to have more sustainability and less time at the markets. Of course, with the 30-minute charts, I'm able to be away from the charts a lot more often. It's only one candle forming every half an hour, and actually have freedom, more free time, which is of course why most of us started trading in the first place. Okay, for the first 30-minute rule, this is probably actually the most important one, so pay a lot of attention. If you can't see what's about to happen on the charts right now, you're most likely a beginner trader. Let me play this out so you can see what's about to happen. Whenever this picture appears on your charts, make sure you're ready for buys. As soon as you see, like right now, price is currently reacting off the sunglasses, make sure you're getting ready because it's about to explode up 200 pips. Actual first 30-minute rule is going to be about waiting for directional candle close before entering. So this is essentially just the entry model, what we actually look for once it's reached our zone. So quite self-explanatory for this one. Essentially, you're waiting for the candle that is going in the direction you want the trade to go. As soon as one closes in that direction, that's when we take the entry. So in this example, this candle tapped our zone and closed rejecting. Unlike the 5 minute, we're actually waiting for a candle to close red in the case of supplies, and that's when we'll enter the trade. If it was demands, it'll be the first candle to close green after tapping the zone. Now that doesn't have to be the second candle. In this case, you can see the first candle to tap the zone actually closed green. That's also fine right there. In case you guys are wondering why the sell's valid, liquidity right here just took out this high by a few pips. That's also okay. It doesn't have to be a clear break of structure. It just has to take out the high by at least a couple pips. So the next 30-minute rule is that the trades, they must always follow the overall trend. Now, how I identify trend, I won't go over completely in this video, because that'll be a whole other topic in itself. Could take 20 minutes to half an hour. If you want to find out, in the Discord, lots of webinars where I've covered this, and also just the overall daily forecast, you'll see how I actually analyze the trend. So for a quick explanation of the two main points in the overall trend, what I'm looking for is essentially higher highs and higher lows, very simple market structure, and one of the main points people often forget is looking to the left to see where price is reacting from when it's doing certain things. So let's say, for example, we have this double bottom right here. By itself, that's not exactly enough to say that we're bullish, but the main thing I'm looking for is looking to the left and actually seeing where are we reacting from. If we do that here, you can see it's exactly off the bottom of this red wick. We formed a double bottom. As soon as that happened, we had buys on the table, and you can see that actually led us to taking this demand trade right here. So always being in trend is important for the 30-minute because it allows you to target TPs that we actually take. So max stop loss distance and where to place TP1. So the max stop loss distance for the 30-minute time frame is around 30 pips. Now, show you a few examples. If under the candle stop loss placement happens to be, let's say, 31, 32 pips, then of course you can still take that. But if you get a bigger stop loss, let's say 40 pips, we actually limit the stop loss to 30 instead of placing it under the candle. So like you can see in this example here, we actually use the max 30 pip stop loss rule. Now the good thing about this is that if the stop loss has to be maximum 30 pips, that will of course indicate that there was a very big reaction and price is already quite far away from the zone. So when it's had an extremely strong reaction like that, you can expect that it's not going to come that far into drawdown anyway to actually tag you out with a 30 pip stop loss. In this case, of course, you can see that here. Our first candle rejected the zone. We enter on the second one to close green. The reason behind that, of course, a lot of candles that just close respecting the zone, if you enter off that on the 30-minute, you find you actually take a lot of trades that just end up losing. So waiting for the green candle close or red candle close on a supply is very important to the 30-minute time frame. So you can see the green candle took off and it was very far away. So we could limit our stop loss to 30 pips. This just allows us to still play it relatively safe with the distance, but actually target a good risk to reward. If I put it under the candle, it would have been around 40 pips, of course having a large effect on the risk to reward. Now in this case right here to the left, you can see I have a 34 pip stop loss. Now the reason for this, you can see we entered off this green candle, and if I use the 30 pip stop loss rule, stop loss will be around here, which is okay, but underneath the candle is so close by, it's not actually worth it. Safely just put it under the candle, it's only a couple pips difference. The rule is really just for in situations where the stop loss would be very large. For example, with news entries, it could be up to 50 or 60 pips sometimes. So 30 pips is the max distance that we place it at. Where to place TP1 ties in perfectly with the last point. Due to the fact that we're trading in trend only, that means we can target the most recent high or low for our TP1. This is what allows us, of course, to have high risk to reward ratios. Right here, you can see targeting the most recent low, that's the 16.5. If I move on to the next trade up here, targeting the most recent low again, this one was about 1-6. And so that allows us just to have a high risk to reward. Now the minimum risk to reward for this strategy is a 1-3. You can see right here, it's a little bit above the high. I don't take anything less than a 1-3. And if you look at this setup, it very nicely uses a small tip I'll let you guys in on. If the candle that closes rejecting the zone, of course, is not green in this case, so we wouldn't enter, closes rejecting, so you're waiting for the next one. If the next candle actually taps, it makes its bottom wick into the zone and then closes green, instead of having a stop loss underneath the first one to tap, you can actually have it underneath the green candle as long as its bottom wick also tested the zone. This is just another one of those small rules that you might not know about, and this allows you, of course, to easily have a better risk to reward. If the candle's already retested the zone once, and it does it a second time and closes green, you can expect that it definitely won't have to come back again before it takes off. and you can see that playing out very nicely here. So when to have a TP2. Now you can see on this first trade right here, there was no TP2, and on this second one, you can see there was. Now on this one, I used the Fibonacci trend tool to decide where to actually take it. That's something I'll get into in a later point. Now the reason I actually took one on this second trade was just due to how the market was moving and actually reading price action. For this first one, you can see it was a big push upwards. We simply came back down underneath this first low, tapped into the zone. But for the second trade, before we actually got our entry, you can see there was a lot of consolidation, 2 taps on this low, a lot of consolidation here, a small push upwards, and then it came back to our zone, taking out the original demand / 2 lows right here for liquidity. Now, due to the fact of all this consolidation, we built up a lot of orders, and you can expect us to take off with lots of momentum and continue up past this high. So due to that factor, on this trade, I decided to take a second TP. Now, there's a few scenarios where you actually can decide to take TP2 and not just a TP1. This is a good example of when I might take one. Let's say, for example, I had a short from right here, and my original TP1 is at this low. On this trade, if there was a supply right here, this is a trade that I'll be taking a TP2 on, due to the fact that we have all this movement to correct, we have these gaps to correct, and this clean movement to the downside on the left. With this in mind, I'll be taking TP1 at the lows, that's standard, and I'll be having a TP2 at the bottom somewhere down here. So a good tip I'd add on to this is to actually be okay with just having one TP. You don't have to always aim for those big trades, although they might feel nicer or look better. It's the small, consistent wins over time that's going to make the biggest difference. Big trades can be nice to hit because they'll build up a very big buffer, but it's just these small, simple wins, 3%, 5%. Hitting these consistently, they're the ones that are going to make it very good, profitable equity curve. And it's going to make it easier on your psychology, rather than always just going for massive TPs and not getting as much wins and having more losses. So when to go to break even? Well, I always go to break even after TP1 hits, just because I've already locked in profit. Now I'm just conserving capital. There's no reason to still have risk on the table once you've hit TP1. The only other time I go to break even before the trade is fully played out is if we went extremely close to TP and then we reversed. Now the reason I don't go to break even is because, like I mentioned in the 5-minute section, these zones are very strong, and once they've already had a good reaction, they like to hold if they ever retest the zone. So if I was going to break even in these cases, a lot of the times I'd be break even for no reason. It would simply just retest the zone to build up orders and then push up and hit TP. Now this is not the same with every strategy. In a lot, it can actually be better to go to break even once your trade's taken off, because let's say they're not trading off zones such as we are, strong zones that can retest and still hold. They might be trading strategies where there's nothing to really retest or fill more orders off of. So in our case, not going to break even over a long period of time. Obviously you have to get back tested results, forward test results to actually find this out. over a long period of time, it's much better for your profitability and it will give you higher returns in the long run. So Fibonacci trend tool, when do you use this? What is it and how do you use it? So this is something that can be used whenever you're taking a TP2, and I'll quickly draw it up on the charts to show you how you actually set this up. So it's this tool right here. It's called trend-based fib extension, and what you want to do is simply, first off, if it's a demand, take it from the low point before it actually created the high that came to your zone, and then after the high, just draw it down to the bottom of the candle that tapped your zone. So essentially it's just following the trends. So it'll be low, higher high, lower low, and then you're expecting, of course, to take off in your direction. So this Fibonacci trend tool, based on the distances from the low to the high and the retracement, will essentially calculate where price can move to comfortably. Now there's two options you can have, number one and this one right here. If I quickly open my settings from the tool, you'll be able to see the ones that I have marked on. It's simply just the 1 and the 1.618 levels. These are the two that I use. You can use the first one just for if you're being more conservative. The second one is, of course, if you're being a bit more aggressive, or there's lots of momentum, for example. So that's how I use the Fibonacci trend tool. It can be very powerful for deciding when to take TP. When, for example, there's nothing to the left but clear space for you to base your TP2 off of. This is a good way that I like to use to actually decide where to set that. Quickly show an example for a supply zone so you guys know how to draw it up 100%. I'll use this one right here. For supplies, it's the same, just the other way around. I want to find the low, of course, that I created before coming to your zone, and the high that took it to that low area. So draw it from the high, swing high, swing low, all the way up to the point it retraced to, where it tapped your zone. Simple market structure is from the high high to the low low to the lower high, and then you're expecting it to take off. So it will calculate the distances based on those retracements. And if you look right here, I just targeted simply the first level. The second level here would have actually played out as well. It was quite far away and I was more than happy with the risk to reward on this trade. Avoid entering at these times for the 30-minute charts. These ones, they're just pretty much common sense, right? If red folder news that's high impact is about to drop, you should probably avoid entering right then. Late on a Friday night, of course before swap hours, I'd recommend definitely not taking supplies because of the spreads, obviously the direction that they open in. Demands, however, you can potentially take them. Of course, it's still high risk, but if you're confident that the trade could take off and give it enough distance for the swap hours and for the markets to potentially drop without actually stopping you out, or even for the next weekly counter to open and form its bottom wick without stopping you out. If you're confident in those two things, then I often say taking demands relatively late on a Friday is actually okay. Potentially just consider using half risk on any of these trades if you do still want to take them.
The Great Barrier Reef! Huh?
Here we are!
Coming into the last point for the 30-minute charts. If you have multiple zones, which one should you choose? So in a scenario like this, we can see on EU, there was 3 zones. Now the one I'm least likely to consider is normally the middle zone, and I'll explain why. The first zone is okay. This is of course the first zone we can react off. Simply we can come back to it and we can drop. The middle zone, if we end up coming back to this zone, it's the one I'm least likely to take, although of course it will depend on the reaction. I'll be more patient on it and perhaps more conservative on risk if we do end up reacting from one of these. Now the reason for that is because the top zone is of course the best price for institutions to sell from. Now if they're already invalidating zones and not selling from them, then there's a high chance that they'll also invalidate the middle zone to end up going to the best price at the top. That's the reason I'm least likely to take ones in the middle. Of course, if they have an extremely good reaction still, I'll still consider taking them. But overall, if we're invalidating zones, you can expect us to be heading to the top one, best price for institutions, and probably the highest chance that will hit. The top zone will of course be the original area the selling started happening from, so they're not going to want to sell from a worse price if they're invalidating zones. Our price might just be so bearish that the first zone it comes back to, this often happens, it will just drop from that one. That's completely fine. However, if there's one in the middle, even more so, this one is not too bad, but let's say the middle zone was very close to the top one like this, then there'll be almost no chance I'll be taking the middle one, because the top one's right here. There's no reason to take the sells from here. When the best price is just a couple pips above, it's a lot easier for price to reach that area.